like to walk through foreigns and my garages are foreign. Anything for $1, they tell me get him, I got it. I did it without an album. I did it with Mariah. Love, I'm on fire. Icy as a hockey ring, Philly flyer. When I bought the Rolls Royce, they thought it was lease. Then I bought that new Ferrari, hey, the rest in peace. Hey, the rest in peace to the parking lot. Phantom so big, can't even fit in the parking spot. You ain't talking about my then what you talking about? Moving silent, and I don't talk a lot. I don't say a word. Was on my grind and now I got what I deserve. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I wrote I asked tomorrow, y'all thought it was ready. Flexing on it, some like Papa on the spinach. Double limit, that's my team. Then captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type of cat that mean cash, then grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hit, no my cutty. And I gotta make it back home, cause my mama need that bill money, my son needs some milk. Cause they feel it, I bought women, no joke, no. All I know is, when they come to me, I got help. I done did it. Every time I'm in that, I get to throwing 30 G's, but now I'm hanging out that drop head, I'm riding down no collar. Big limit, hurry back home, that young, be wildin'. We young, we mobbin', like Batman at work. This two-door Maybach with my seat on reclining, I'm like real wood up. If you ain't about that game, then shut up. If you get me in your rest, I get. When you touch down in my hood, know that your life ain't good. Catch me down in MIA, and that heat came on wood. With that put my life on my feet, like that little engine I could. Boy, I slide down in your block, back on 12 o'clock. And they be throwing deuces on the same, they watch. And I'm the king of my city, cause I'm still calling them shots. And these lanes talking that, the same, that flop. I'm the same, from first street with them, raise that lock. The same, that came up and I had to wait for my spot. And he waiting on me. Still on that hook, my Rolls Royce on E, they gon' remember me. I say remember me. So much money at your free gun and your enemy. And when this beat, I turn my enemies. We don't take off for 40, ain't no tenant. Hold up, bro, turn rich. Love the game like Mitch. And if I leave, they don't pretty. There was something about that rollie when he first touched my wrist. Had me feeling like that boy when he first touched that. I'm gone. Yeah. Big bag, got him big mad. Get into some money in his bag. Jumping out the Rolls truck with the Tim tag. I'm getting money, I don't get mad. As it in my hood, he gonna set it on stand. And when those situations came, I came out like a champ.
Good idea.
The other team's already worried about stopping you, MP.
excitement already starting to crescendo, with fans gathering and streaming into the building. Thanks, everyone, for joining. And taking a broader look here at the year-over-year scoring trend for Damian Lillard.
And the scoring trend over the last few years has been going down a bit. That's not what you want, and I'm sure it's something he's well aware of.
So let's take a look at the starters for Toronto. Barnes and Poeltl down low at the 4 and 5. Emmanuel quickly is out there with Dick. And it's Reed in at the 3. And for the Jazz, we've got John Collins. Ivy's out there with Keontae George. And it's Joseph in at the center. Stan on the tail end of a back-to-back. Tired legs can be a factor.
Yet fatigue as part of a long NBA season. And to me, it's the veteran guys who know how to be successful even when they're not at 100% that do the best in these situations.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
Now here's George. His offense has been fantastic, averaging just over 17 a game. Pass to Joseph. Over Poeltl. Joseph can't hit. About a minute played here so far in the first. Oh, and a vicious dunk by Barnes.
Oh, a nice slam by the swingman Barnes. His athleticism is his greatest strength.
And so George will bring it up for Utah. 7-point differential. A tough loss coming against the Lakers in their last game played.
Yeah, once again, proving no lead is safe in this league. It was a disappointing loss for them, but they did it to themselves.
And here's Ivy from the arc. Hits a three-pointer.
Well, when Ivy's making his threes, you have to come out to him at the line, and that really opens up driving lanes for him.
And we're going to have a jump ball. And so it's Utah with it. To the paint. Here's Joseph. It's rebounded by Dick. For Toronto, they've gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Grant, a big reason for Utah to be excited about the future. Their young head coach, Will Hardy.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, he's had this team competitive after trading away both Mitchell and Gobert. And I love how Hardy has developed guys like Lauri Markkanen.
Good find by Ivy, keeping his options open.
Now here's Reed. Tight defense on him. Drives to the hoop. A slam dunk by Reed.
Climbing the ladder for the 360 flush. Ridiculous bounce.
He went so high for that one. Wow. Now here's Ivy. A valuable part of their offense, averaging a little more than 16 a game. And we've got a timeout called by Will Hardy. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over.
Once again, everyone, your Utah Jazz Breaker.
Collier, he's checked in for Utah. And for an idea of how the league is shaping up right now, take a look at these latest power rankings. You look at the Warriors, they're building some momentum right now and aiming for a spot in the top 5.
I think for Toronto, they've really lived up to the hype surrounding them this year, proving they're at the absolute top of their game.
Raptors lead by 4. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from... Oh! A big slam!
Oh, my gosh. The athleticism.
I love this game. I mean, that's a risky dunk, B.A.
Yeah, it's worth it when the payoff is so good, though.
Well, from a coaching standpoint, I'm obligated to say, what's wrong with just a simple layup? But but that was nice.
Joseph, and he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
George keeping those eyes alert.
I'm being told we've got Shams Charania on the line with a developing story. Shams, what's the scoop?
Thank you, B.A. With the trade deadline nearing, the front office of the Celtics has announced their latest move. They're bringing in Jimmy Butler, and with him, his multiple All-Star and All-NBA experience. Butler knows he can be a difference maker and feels that wherever he goes has a championship potential, and they believe this acquisition is a major upgrade on both ends of the floor.
Well done. Appreciate the report, Shams. Thanks. Here's Collier. He's averaging more than 12 a game. Consistent threat on offense.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Reed, good.
He's really finding his rhythm here. I mean, smart move to keep feeding him the ball.
Yeah, when you have a guy playing like he has been recently, he's got to be the first option on every possession.
Now, here's Williams. Here's Collier. Misses the three. Left side Reed. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
Boy, absolutely no rim protection, leading to a lot of easy buckets here.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Now here's George. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Utah with another miss. A slam dunk by Reed.
They've controlled the paint so far. That's been the difference.
Yeah. It's not difficult to figure out why they built this lead. They have been dominant in the paint.
Here's Sensabaugh. His last outing, he had 20. 29 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. And he gets the friendly roll as that one goes. Sensabaugh's got his second bucket of the night.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
A slam dunk by Reed.
They've been very effective so far. A balanced attack at its best.
Yeah, now it's all about maintaining this lead, but you can't start playing it safe. You got to keep attacking and executing.
Here's Sensabaugh. Ooh, excellent D there from Barnes.
That's a defender doing just enough to cause a miss on the layup.
And so it's Toronto in command with a 13-point lead at the end of the quarter. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. All right, guys, the Raptors enjoying a nice lead here.
Well, so far, they've got things rolling along nicely at the offensive end.
Yeah, they've looked sharp early on with their offense, getting good chances and converting what they've taken.
We've got Damian Lillard, John Collins out there with Williams. Then there's Collier. That's the 5 on the floor for the Jazz. Jazz trail by 15. Lillard with the ball. Taking a look at his numbers, averaging about 11 a game. Down low. It's stolen by Ingram. Here comes Toronto on the push.
Filthy. I mean, just the arena is stunned.
He's got a deep bag of tricks to dig into. Oh, doing damage above the rim. That was our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Coach, when you talk to Ingram's teammates, they always bring up his remarkable work ethic.
Well, Brian, Brandon Ingram works hard. He loves the game. He wants to be great. He spends a lot of his free time studying the game instead of just hanging out and doing other things.
Here's Reed. Lays it up and in on the nice reverse. Reed's got 22 points.
All 5 guys are in sync. Their ball movement is flawless.
Well, the Jazz shooting only 36% so far in this game. For 3, here's Lillard. Knocked loose. Collins outside. Second shot opportunity, and it's laid up and in by Williams. Williams has got his first points of the game.
Well orchestrated, and then the pass is right on the money.
And here's what the Utah Jazz schedule looks like. On Saturday, they'll defend the home court against the San Antonio Spurs. Then on Sunday, and they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
The play is under NBA rules. 2 minutes are allowed.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Pass to Collins. Now Ivy. Reed defending. Here's Collier. 6 on the shot clock. And the three-pointer goes. Collier's got 6 in the quarter.
They're making a few more threes this quarter, trying to cut into that deficit.
All right, Stan, if you had it your way, who would you want to see in the dunk contest?
Well, Brian, look, I want to go back to the glory days when the most recognizable guys in the game were the ones that participated. Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins. I think if we could get guys like Zion Williamson, Ja Morant, that would be fantastic, but it's got to be the names out there that people know.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. The Jazz are making progress. Coach Will Hardy said this team has shown grit and character and has developed a lot of confidence. When we're going through game preparations, the players walk away knowing if they do certain things, they can win. That's a big step in the right direction.
A bright future, Allie. Thank you. Reed with it, and it's Ivy picking him up. Quickly from outside. Can't get it to drop. And here's George. He'll bring it up for Utah. Down by 15. To the middle. For 3, Collins. Barnes with the rebound. For Toronto, they've gotten 5 of their first 6 attempts to fall in the second. Reed against Ivy. Reed in the post. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Reed's got 28 points for the game.
Very little resistance around the rim right now. That's the 5th straight bucket they've given up in the paint.
For Utah, they've gotten 5 of 8 attempts to drop since the second began. And so, Will Hardy calls for the timeout. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And here are some of the best scorers in the league so far. A minute 4 left in the second. Pass to George. Over quickly. Bounces high off the rim and drops.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Now here's Reed. Tightly guarded. The 3 from Barnes. Gets the 3 to fall. Barnes has got 5.
This team relies on Barnes to drill threes, just stretching out the floor.
Jazz trail by 18. Collins outside. Here's Sensabaugh. They look to him to score consistently, averaging around 13.5 a game. Gets the 3 ball to go.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Joseph can't hit. Stolen by Collins. For 3, George. Oh, it goes! He beat the buzzer!
The NBA never ceases to amaze me.
What a huge shot to beat the buzzer. My goodness.
Oh, man, that's like stealing 3 points. Big time finish to the quarter.
I've got a good idea of who I want to see make the cut. So far, these results are close, but I know what I'm thinking.
Changing focus now to the tough first half for the Utah Jazz.
I mean, it's pretty simple. More rebound.
Thanks as always.
And so we've reached the end of the first half of play. Raptors out in front. They lead by 12. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Checking out the group for Darko Rajakovic to start the second half. Barnes and Pirtle down low at the 4 and 5. Emmanuel Quickley is out there with Grady Dick, and it's Reed in at the 3. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. They'll pin that one on John Collins. Toronto shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night.
Reed, 2 shots.
And so Reed nails them both.
Well, you have to appreciate a big man who can step up to the line and knock it down with confidence.
Quickly against George. Fires the 3. Rebound Toronto. They led by as many as 18. That'll wrap up this short 2-game road trip. Dick, the pass to Reed. Rebounded by Joseph. Jazz trail by 14. Here's Ivy. And that one is stuffed right through.
Well, some tricky ball handling from Ivy. He understands how to create scoring opportunities for himself.
Outside Reed. Soft touch off the glass. Reed's got 4 points in the quarter.
His arrow's been trending up as of late, and he's been magnificent tonight.
The Jazz have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. It's George on the wing. Here's the pick. Over quickly. George, no good.
And with that miss, they're just 1 for 4 to start the third quarter.
A slam dunk by Reed.
Well, he's getting all he can offensively and making the most of it.
Utah has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Pass to Sensabaugh. Count it. Sensabaugh's got 9 points. Raptors lead by 14. Stolen by Collins. Ivy outside. Here's Sensabaugh. Reed defending. Here's Joseph. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. And Stan, the league questioning the use of load management. I know you've wondered if it can even hurt conditioning.
There's no question, Brian. Look, since the age of load management has come into the NBA, injuries are up, not down. I think players have been deconditioned, and that's even before you get into the need of guys playing together more to gain a rhythm and an on-court chemistry. You know, like actually playing basketball together.
A novel idea. George outside. There's the 3. Pirtle grabs a miss. Pirtle's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done.
They've shown that power inside. Their rebounding effort has been sensational. And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
And we've got a timeout called by Will Hardy. He's going to talk it over with his guys.
Protecting the rim has to be their top objective right now.
Well, if you're just going to let them score inside at will, you might as well pack your bags.
Collier, he's checked in for Utah. There's 1:47 left in the third quarter. And George with the jam.
Well, that's what you want from George. He's most effective when he's attacking the rim.
Reed can't hit. Jazz trail by 12. Driving inside. Shot's good by Collier. Collier's got 8.
Strong performance from him, but he may need to do even more if they're going to win this game.
Outside Reed. And the layup is good off the glass. Reed's got 38 points.
Well, he has owned this quarter. A major reason they're up right now.
It's George on the wing. He's got 7. Shot's good by Sensabaugh.
That's 3 buckets in a row off assist.
Toronto leading by 10. Here's Reed. Banked it in off the glass. Reed's got 12 points here in the second half.
Well, his offense is carrying them right now. And even with the defense keying on him, he's making great adjustments on the fly.
Pass to Sensabaugh. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Elbow shot. Toronto grabs the miss. Pirtle's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Barnes. Oh, and a vicious dunk by Barnes.
Yeah, the intensity behind the drive. Barnes was not going to be stopped.
Jazz trail by 14. Pass to Sensabaugh. Lets a 3 fly. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
What a huge shot to beat the buzzer.
And so it's the Toronto Raptors. They lead by 11 as the quarter comes to a close. They've been aggressive in transition and find themselves in front. We'll be right back after this.
Right now, it's the fourth quarter. This is it. On the court.
And so quickly we'll bring it up for the Raptors. Jay Nivey is out there with Keontae George. Then there's John Collins, and it's Joseph in at the center position. That's the group for Utah right now. Reed passes to Dick. And down it goes. 2 points. Dick's got his first 2 points of the night.
Like a matador. Olé! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Here's Sensabaugh. Reed defending. And he drives in. Shot's good by Sensabaugh.
Able to get a layup out of that one. That's just soft defense there.
Raptors lead by 12. Here's Reed. Boom! He jams it straight down.
This guy is putting on a clinic for the people.
Man, I'm shocked. I can't believe he pulled that off in a real game. And for Utah, they're shooting about 43% on this one. Pass to Sensabaugh. The 3 is up. Rebound by the Raptors. Barnes has got 4 rebounds now. Out of bounds. It'll be Jazz ball. Here's Ivy. 1:53 left to play in the fourth. Pass to Sensabaugh. And he he takes that one up and powers it through.
Well, that is why George was a first-round pick. He's adept at moving the ball.
Reed, good.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
Yeah, he's leaving no doubt in this one, doing everything he can to slam the door on a comeback.
Collins outside. For three, George. Rebound, Toronto.
Yeah, there's no reason for the defense to get out on him right now. Just let him keep taking that shot until he shows them he's going to knock it down.
They came out and had a statement win with their performance tonight. A fantastic effort to get it done here for the Raptors.
Tonight, they got everybody in on the scoring. Had nice passing, which led to good looks.
Just solid play by these guys.
After coming away with this W, this will give them 42 wins on the year.
And even though this season series was only 2 games, a sweep is still a sweep.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Jay.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no one was stopping him.
Shot clock at 6. Here's Sensabaugh. Utah with another miss.
Well, he's more than comfortable in the mid-range, but you can't make them all.
Here's Reed. Oh, he packs it down.
That is incredible.
Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down. Ivy passes to George. Here's Joseph. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Oh, and Reed with a block. Another bucket. Wow.
I mean, how many times have we seen him fill it up this season? It seems like he's scoring 50 every night.
That gives him the 4th most 50-point games in a single season. What a milestone. So it's the Raptors winning this one easily. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot.
Great win tonight, MP. MP about to put on a show in the desert. Show them how you shine. MP, you're my favorite player, man. You always deliver.
We want your time at the arena to be enjoyable and incident-free. If you're having an issue at any time that needs to be addressed, then please text the word SUNS along with your issue and seat location to 55555. A member of our guest relations team will respond immediately. Hey fans, don't forget about our next fan giveaway, where fans will receive a song. At the shooting guard position, 6 feet 4 inches, number 22, Malachi Bravo.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us on 2K Sports. NBA action is coming up. Alongside Doris Burke and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And on the sidelines, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. Now a chance to take a look at some numbers for him.
And his three-point shooting has gotten a lot better over his last 10 games. He looks so much more comfortable from beyond. There's no doubt he's got the green light to let it fly whenever the shot's there for him.
Let's check out Toronto's starting lineup. Barnes and Pirtle make up the inside pair. Grady Dick is out there with Emmanuel Quickly. And it's Reed in at the 3 spot. And for Phoenix, we've got Nick Richards. Cole is out there with Dunn. And it's Branham in at the 2. We are right in the middle part of a long season, GA. As a player, how do you stay engaged? How do you stay focused?
Kevin, this is where the grind can really catch up to you. Easy to start feeling complacent or check out a little bit. So you got to shake that off. And I tell you another thing, your coaches will play a huge role. in keeping you engaged.
And it's the Suns to start out. Pass to Dunn, launches it. It's rebounded by Quickly. And so Quickly will bring it up for Toronto. Here's Poeltl. A special move before the shot.
Well, this is the expectation for Jakob Poeltl. His scoring in the post has to be there for him.
Well, it was the Raptors winning their last game against the Jazz in Delta Center. Bol a screen on Quickly. Baladies quickly covering. Shot clock at 6. Here's Bol. Drills it from outside.
And the big fella knows how to score the basketball. Bol's understanding of when to look for his next level.
That one drops for him.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Here's Branham after the made shot from Reed. And the call will be against Immanuel Quickly. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Branham. Last time out he had 38 points. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Reed misses.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
Pass to Bol, and stolen by Barnes. Reed against Dunn. Now here's Reed. He's covered closely. A three from Quickly. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Nothing better than a hustle play like that. It gets the whole team amped up, sets the example for everyone.
Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Dunn misses. The Raptors have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, Jay in that last matchup against the Jazz was a man on a mission. He tallied 50 points and made the most of his opportunities from both the floor and the line. The level he played at in that one was incredible. Now, he always wants to play his best against their rivals, and to say the least, mission accomplished. Guys?
Thank you, David. You're right. He was a one-man wrecking crew in that one.
Yeah, he was not going to let them lose that game. We'll see if he comes in with that same attitude tonight.
One of the things I like about this guy, he's able to up the intensity whenever needed, and players really feed off his energy.
Here's Boston. As you can see from his numbers, he's been a key component in their offense. He's averaging almost 18 points a game. Raptors leading by 4. Here's Reed. Drives to the hoop. Up and in. Off to an efficient start. 2 for 3 from the field.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Here's Boston. 17 points in his last outing. Will it go? It's hauled in by the Raptors. They put up a nice win against Utah last time out.
Yeah, they put the defense on them. Aggressive, intimidating. They blocked a lot of shots in that one.
It was obvious. They pressured that team from the outset every trip down the floor. That will wear an opponent down over time.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
Here's Paulides. Reed with the block. They swipe it. Inside, Dunn. No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a three-point play. Scotty Barnes picks one up. And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Raptors.
So far, they've moved the ball well. Leading to open, high-percentage looks. Lots of assists in this one.
Yeah, and their assertiveness in the paint so far tonight has been impactful. They're really making it hard for the interior defense.
Now, here's Dunn. He's coming off a 13-point game against Golden State. Now, Bol. Pass to Wiggins. Screen by Bol. Lock at 6. And again, it's the Suns missing.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time. Those defenders just look a little bit gassed. I mean, they're getting pushed around on that low block.
And here's Dunn. He'll bring it up for Phoenix. 8-point game. Here's Bol. Looking at his point production, he averages almost 11 points a game. And out of bounds as the Raptors gain possession.
Now to the lineup for your Suns, number 20.
There's 21 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Reed with it. What a tremendous game he played against Utah. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Reed's got 12 in the game.
They've been excellent so far, coming in with a well-balanced attack.
On the offensive end, it feels like they're getting the shots they want, and defensively, they are connected and on a string.
And so it's the Toronto Raptors going into the break with a 10-point lead. A terrific. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And what do you guys think about the Raptors here so far in this one?
Playing inside out in that first quarter led to some high percentage shots in the paint.
It is great when you can get that established early, because to me it opens up every other aspect of your game.
Setting the floor for the Raptors. They've got Reed. He's out there with Brandon Ingram. And it's Mobo in at the 5. Pass to Bol. Lets it fly. Here's Wiggins. Takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. Wiggins has got the first basket of the second quarter for the Suns. Wiggins against Reed. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
Here's Wiggins. Off with the layup. Raptors leading by 10. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter of action. And Bol sends it back. Wiggins outside. drains the three-pointer. Wiggins has got 5 points now this quarter.
I'll tell you, you are playing with fire anytime you leave this guy open, and they just got burned.
And Ball sends it back. Wiggins surveying the floor. Pass to Boston. Lets it go. That's good on the jump shot. And now it's only a 5-point Raptor lead. And Darko Rajakovic calls timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. Well, we've got a moment now to see this year's three-point contest and how it's shaping up. Let's take a look at some of the top candidates emerging as we see here some players who are likely to make the final cut.
Not too shabby of shooters on this list, Kevin. You gotta love the advancement and really the evolution of the three-point shot in today's game.
He's going to need to leapfrog quite a few great shooters if he's going to be a part of the three-point festivities in All-Star Weekend, but, you know, maybe he can do it.
I mean, anything's possible, especially if he has a few big games from beyond the arc before All-Star Weekend. That'd give him a nice bump in the voting.
And as the votes keep pouring in, we'll keep you updated on any changes to that list. It looks like we're going to have quite a group.
Man, you talk about the ultimate marksman's list here, Kevin. Maybe this will be the year somebody gets that perfect score.
Branham, the pass to Boston. A three ball. And he's good on the three ball. Boston's got himself on the board with three there.
That was big because they dug a big hole in the first quarter, but starting to show signs of life.
Reed in the post. He's against Wiggins. Suns trail by 6. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Here's Branham. Dick defending. Branham can't get it to go.
Listen, he knows he should have made that shot. We'll see if they can work it back to him in that same area.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. And Mike Budenholzer has called a timeout. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Hurdle is checked in for Ingram. And let's look now at which teams have been the hottest offensively for the past 10 games. The Suns 5th.
Yeah, what an impressive run for this club. Everybody seems to be in a rhythm in terms of scoring, and they are putting up some big numbers.
Phoenix has gone 2 of 3 when they've stepped beyond the arc in the second quarter. Pass to Bull for the 3. It's rebounded by Quickly. And so Quickly will bring it up for Toronto. The Celtics will be coming into town for the next game. Start a 3-game homestand with that game.
The defense not putting up any fight on the inside. They've allowed 10 straight points in the paint.
Baladies quickly covering. Dunn outside. Connects from three-point range. Dunn's got 5 points so far.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Reed misses. Suns trail by 7. Baladies quickly covering to the middle. Here's Richards. It's rebounded by Scotty Barnes.
I'd love to see them impose themselves a little more on the backboard. That's a great way to find confidence. Always a surefire way to get back in the game.
Here's Branham. Dick defending, and it's in there.
And that's what he does. I mean, he is a bucket getter.
Here's Reed. Overdone. And so it's Toronto heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. We come back right after this.
Well, I think for the Raptors, they've certainly earned that top spot. If they aren't the clear title favorites, they're on the short list.
And turning our attention to the first half of our game tonight, bit of a tough start for the Phoenix Suns.
They want to.
Thank you for being with us.
We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball, though, left in this one. It's been one outstanding game from Jay.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
Nick Richards out there at Bolt. Then there's Dunn, and it's Branham in at the shooting guard. They're the group for Mike Budenholzer starting the second half. Raptors leading by 9. And that one is hammered home.
Yeah, we know this about Scotty Barnes. He has a team-first mindset, finds the open player in that instance.
When you think about Scotty Barnes, Doris, it's amazing how good he already is.
Kev, it's remarkable that he can affect almost every aspect of the game at a high level, meaning he can guard the opponent's best player, but he can also fill up the box score on the offensive end. Points, assists, rebounds, he can do it all.
Here's Dick. From outside, off the mark. Suns trail by 11. Pass to Branham. Nice ball movement by Phoenix. Dunn passes to Branham. And again, it's the Suns missing.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one. And 10 of their last 12 coming off assists.
Phoenix has gone 0 of 2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Baladies quickly covering. Here's Dunn. And Dunn with the slam.
He just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful two-hand jam. Now here's Reed. Defended by Richards. Reed misses.
Whoops. Got caught in between moves there on his way to the rack.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Ooh, this is turning into a slow start here in the second half. Seems like they left that offense in the locker room.
And Phoenix pushing it up now. Dunn, wide open, he fires. It's good from long range. Dunn's got it back down to within single digits for the Suns. Barnes kicks to Reed.
Oh! You got to be kidding.
And it is flushed down with a nice jam.
That's a nice dime from Barnes, showing he can break down the defense with his passing.
Pass to Richards. Here's Branham. He's a solid producer, averaging nearly 22 points a game. Dunn passes to Richards. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. A lot of answers, but still a lot of questions for how the East is going to ultimately shake out this year. But right now, let's check out where the team stands. Look at Toronto. What a season they've assembled here, guys. Perched up there in first place and playing terrific basketball game in and game out.
Well, I think for Toronto, they had a few critics coming into the season, and now I don't think they have any. This is a club ready to not only make a deep run, but possibly win it all.
Well, this is their goal. There's no doubt about that. For what many expected of them so far, they have not disappointed.
Pass to Boston. And it's Wiggins with the jam.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Right. You can see on that possession, one side playing with a little desperation, the other side losing focus.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and Coach knows it.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
We've got 1:08 left in the third. Here's Boston. And Pirtle pulls it down. Pirtle's got his 4th rebound in this one.
just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
Pass to Bull. Here's Boston. Screen by Wiggins. And it's Wiggins with the jam.
Well, not exactly one of those big, burly power forwards, right? He depends on his leaping ability more than those guys, and it serves him just fine.
Reed gets the bucket.
Well, you love his effort level, right? Particularly when it's winning time. He is going for the finish.
About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Wiggins kicks to Dunn. Pass to Richards. Now Wiggins. Here's Boston. Phoenix needs to get off a shot. Dunn misses. Here's Reed. And so it's the Toronto Raptors. Their lead at 15 going into the break. They've been putting on a clinic in the paint. Shots are falling with regularity, and they are pounding it down low. And don't go away. We'll be right back. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball. And how about the perfect?
The Suns with a completely new group on the floor. And Mike Budenholzer has called a timeout. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. Setting the floor for the Raptors. Ingram is out there with Reed. Then it's Walter. And it's Mobo in at the 5, down low. Reed. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. And the league trying to get a bit more competition in the All-Star game. You got any ideas there?
Well, cash prizes seem to work well for the in-season tournament. Even a little something might help up the ante just a bit.
And just about 3 minutes through the fourth quarter here. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Fourth team foul. I tell you what, he earned his money on that foul.
Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for the Raptors.
I'm in love with how they're moving the basketball all game long, and also their ability to move without the ball. That style just makes it so difficult to defend.
They've also made a concerted effort to get the ball down low. Many of their points coming in that painted area tonight.
And Reed throws it down.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to. Have some skills to pull that off.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. Pass to Bull. 1:33 left to play in the final quarter. Fires the 3. That shot off.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often. Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just a total mismatch and a true show of strength for the Raptors.
wasn't as one-sided as it gets today. You know, there were some dominant moments in about every facet of this game for that team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, it's hard to think of what didn't go right for them. Game planning by the coaches, execution by the players, everything was just on target.
And so when you look at the season record, this one will tally up win number 43 on the year.
And with the win approaching, they'll take the first game here of 2 that they'll play against this team. Nice to get that first one out of the way and set the tone.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Jay.
This guy has been shot-making all night long. He commands the rock and takes over.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Well, just terrific teamwork. Each guy doing his part. You love what you're seeing from them tonight.
Pass to Bull. Screen by Bull. Three-pointer. Mobo with the rebound. And again, another shot trained there from Reeves.
Assisted by
Reeves got 43 points.
Well, they knew it would be a hostile environment, and they rose to the challenge.
And sometimes when everyone's rooting against you, it seems to bring the unit closer together. It certainly did tonight.
Here's Branham, and so Toronto takes this, but by a big margin. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home court.
Way to bring home that W.
Rule number 3, say your son ain't money, you better stop splurging. So when it's all said and done.
Get the popcorn ready. It's game time. Fans live for games like this one.
can't wait to see you in the next home.
The Raptors coming down the tunnel prior to the game. They're happy Monday. And as teams are grinding through their schedules, let's see how it's going out east. You take a look at the Raptors. They are holding down the #1 spot in the conference. Not a bad position to be in. And, of course, there's the Celtics. They're a ways down in the standings.
You know, for the Celtics, they're really doing their best to rise through the rankings. Time will tell whether they can pull it off.
And you have to wonder if this roster can get to that next level. They have talent, but if it doesn't come together, they might have to shake it up.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. And it's Pritchard in at the point. And for the Raptors, Barnes and Pirtle down low at the 4 and 5. Grady Dick out there with Emmanuel Quickley. And it's Reed in at the 3 spot.
And if you try to block his shot, you risk getting posterized because he is good at using that height to his advantage.
On the wing, Tatum. A battle of the big men. Grab some popcorn for this face-off at the center position tonight, Grant.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
Here's Reed. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
That's his first personal.
Jaylen Brown picks one up.
Man, the defender really went after him.
Toronto shooting their first free throws of the game. The first one falls. That one's no good. For Boston, they've gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Pritchard, no good.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to start the game with 4 straight misses. Look, that's about as rough as it gets. It'll get going soon.
Reed passes to Barnes. Reed with it, picked up by Tatum. Here's Barnes, buries the jump shot.
Don't see that a ton from Barnes. I mean, he's showing he can really get rid of it.
Boston has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Outside White. They set the pick, takes a 3, nails it from beyond the arc.
Getting this one to fall hopefully gets things rolling. Their first make out of 5 shots.
Outside Reed. And he can't get that one. Good D by Porzingis. You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
Now here's Porzingis. Clock at 2. Brown can't hit.
That's exactly how you have to defend him on the perimeter. Can't allow any space.
Reed against Brown. Reed in the post. Really played well against Phoenix in his last game. Another shot. Shoots over Brown. Reed. Good. Reed's got 5.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Brian, last season, Jason Tatum surpassed 10,000 career points. He said, it sounds crazy. I always think about when I was a kid growing up with my mom and saying I wanted to be in the NBA. I may have thought I would be one of the best players, but to actually do it is a surreal feeling. Brian, he's being honest.
Yeah, dreams do come true, Allie. Thank you. Count it.
An outstanding first quarter from the field.
Toronto shooting their 3rd free throw attempt. To the game. Both teams deciding to change it up.
Personal foul. Second team foul. At the line for Toronto, Reed.
1:56 left in the first. Celtics trail by 7. On the wing, Tatum. Back to Pritchard. Pass to Porzingis. Just 5 on the clock. Shoots from the baseline. Takes a big high bounce and goes in.
Oh, the versatility of Porzingis, able to strike a number of areas.
Reed against Butler. Right side Reed. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. He's got 10.
Look, they are in front right now because of him. He keeps draining these shots at a ridiculous clip.
Pritchard, the pass to Tatum. Outside White. Back to Tatum. Fires from deep. Rebound Toronto. Birtle's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Reed. He shoots again. And his 5th basket. Now 5 for 8. Looking comfortable out there.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside. They don't hesitate.
There's 45 seconds left in the first quarter here. And it's Tatum with the ball for the Boston Celtics. 9-point game. Fires the 3. And after missing his first 3 shots, he drains it. 1 for 4.
What's special about him is he is a natural leader and an active scorer. When Tatum is firing off the catch, you know he's feeling it.
Reed passes to Ingram. Back to Reed. Butler with a steal. Out to the right wing. Here's Pritchard. Still without a bucket. Pass to Porzingis. Over Pirtle. Misses the baby hook. And so it's the Toronto Raptors with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. And it's all due to their ability to own the paint. Porzingis, he's checked in for Boston. Pritchard comes in for Lee. Here's Monk. In the game against Denver, very impressive. Back to Butler. We're about a minute and a half into this second quarter. Back to Pritchard. Boston again missing.
They say it's a make or miss league, and there's sometimes that you miss.
On the floor for Boston. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Peyton Pritchard is out there with Malik Monk. And it's Butler in at the 3. Tatum. Oh, look at Tatum going to work inside.
This is how confident Tatum is. Knows he can score inside whenever he wants.
And when Porzingis can be a third option on a team, he is deadly and efficient, RJ.
We've always seen Porzingis as the guy or as a second option. But when he has elite teammates around him, he really flourishes.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, Jay, in the last matchup against the Suns, played some superb basketball. He added 43 points, and he didn't waste any of his chances, putting up an impressive field goal percentage. And really, it's a game that will stand out when you look at his career, considering how absurd some of those numbers are. Guys?
Thanks, Allie. Absolutely. He was a one-man show in that one, Grant.
Yeah, he was not going to let them lose that game. We'll see if he comes in with that same mentality tonight.
And I'll be interested to see if the opposition looks to double him, because this should open up opportunities for his teammates to get going.
Here's Brown. Oh, and Reed with a block. In transition. Here's Ingram. Kicks it to Quickly. The 3. That one's good on the sweet setup by Ingram. And the Raptors lead by 7.
An excellent job of reading the defense. As Ingram's court vision continues to improve, so will his playmaking.
Here's Brown, plenty of space. The wide open shot is on the money.
Guys, just ridiculous. He's just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
Reed passes to Dick. No good on the triple. Celtics trail by 5. White on the wing. Minute 32 left to play in the half. Back to Brown. Outside Porzingis. Just 5 to shoot. Over Barnes. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in.
He can beat you inside. He can beat you outside. Porzingis is truly the look at him! Ruthless!
How is the roof still standing?
Wow. The athleticism on full display there.
Man, just incredible hang time. And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Raptors making a change here. Pirtle's checked in. Hachimura's checked in for Boston. Celtics trail by 5. Pass to White from behind the arc. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
They are shooting it well from beyond the arc right now.
It's Reed with a drive. And he gets it to go. Reed's got 8 points in the quarter.
And they're just taking what the defense gives them. And right now, that's the interior.
There's 38 seconds left in the first half. Brown passes to Porzingis. Shot from the wing. Rebound Toronto. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Their last encounter was in Boston.
Oh, yes.
Whoa. Throw it down.
Oh. Yeah, passing is a real skill of Barnes. He will make smart choices with the ball. And they can run out the clock here. No need to rush it.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Porzingis with a screen on quickly. Here's Brown. No good with a fallback jumper. And that concludes the first half. Toronto out in front. They're up by 6. And time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports.
You know what I was just thinking about, fellas? The NBA has lots of bright lights, maybe too bright for some. And returning our attention to this game, an impressive first half for the Raptors.
They're hitting at a high clip.
And that's a wrap on.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Well, RJ, you got traded a couple of times for good reason. But what's it like off the floor?
I don't need your quips, BA, but it is crazy. You get a phone call and bam, you can move across the country. And while it's hard on you, you understand it comes with playing in this league and having this job.
Barnes and Pirtle down low at the 4 and 5. Grady Dick out there with Immanuel Quickley. And it's Reed in at the small forward position. So that's the 5 in the game for Toronto.
Inside, Porzingis can pretty much take what he wants. He's just too tall.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, it's great hearing Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla talk shop. He said everybody tries to break basketball up into offense and defense, but it's one game. Your spacing, decision-making, and shot selection set up your defense. That transition happens so fast, so the game is constantly changing. It's all connected, Brian.
No question. Thanks, Allie. Good stuff there. And they double up Porzingis. Pritchard, the pass to Porzingis. There's Tatum with the three. Rebound, Toronto. Birtle's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
Reed passes to Dick. Reed sets a screen. Releases. And that one off the back of the rim and in. Dick's got his first basket.
All 5 guys are in sync. Their ball movement is flawless.
And Brown has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. Trailing by 8. Their next game is at FedEx Forum in Memphis for a matchup with the Grizzlies. That'll be the second of 2 games on the road.
That was unbelievable! Wow.
Now that is a finish for the ages.
Here's Brown. That shot missing. Nice D from Reed. Raptors lead by 10. Played it in with a nice touch off the window. Reed's got 6 points in the quarter.
Okay, so they've looked energized and focused starting this half, coming out of the break, making 4 out of their first 5.
They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
Outside, Brown. Another miss by Brown.
And I'm sure this isn't how they drew it up at the half.
Throw it down. When he took off, I was not expecting that.
They're making it look easy. Just having fun.
Man, their offense is clicking. Players, coaches, everybody, they are in sync.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. So both teams making some changes here. And for the past 10 games, here are the small forwards leading the position in field goal percentage. Jaylen Brown is second.
And this group does a great job of staying in attack mode. I mean, you have to be getting a lot of layups to have that kind of shooting percentage.
That's true, but they can also fill it up from outside. This is a group that can score from anywhere on the floor.
Again, the miss by Boston.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
You look at his college days and his rookie year, Tatum has always been on a winning team, Richard.
B.A., I think it starts with his approach. There's always been an air of professionalism when it comes to Tatum. He's just a young player that is focused only on winning.
Reed against Tatum. Right side, Reed. Outside, Dick. Shoots over Brown. Dick with a miss.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take. And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
Reed against Brown. Outside Reed. And stolen by Brown. And here they come. Looking to get back on track. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Brown so fast off the drive. Tough for defenders to keep up.
Boston shooting their 4th and 5th shots at the foul. Raptors lead by 10. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the 4th quarter. They've got Rui Hachimura. Butler out there with Jason Tatum. And it's Josh Okogie. And it's Monk in at the 1.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Raptors.
They have found a lot of success in transition, running at every opportunity and getting points before the defense can get set.
You also can't ignore the good job they've done rebounding on the offensive end tonight. That hustle has been well rewarded with second chance points.
And so Reed nails them both.
It can help a big man's game to hit those free throws. It keeps the defense from getting too aggressive.
Celtics trail by 12. Monk passes to Butler. It's deflected. And here's Quickly. On the wing, Quickly. Reed to screen on Butler. And it's Quickly. That time on the assist by Reed. And the Raptors lead by 14.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Ingram against Tatum. They double team Tatum. Clock at 6. Here's Butler. Jimmy Butler, so smooth inside.
How talented is Butler? I mean, just so adept at carving out some space inside and converting.
Reed against Hachimura. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in.
Celtics substitution. Number 11, Peyton Pritchard.
Reed against Butler. Back to Reed. 5 to shoot. Boston pulls it in. About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now. Oh, got that bucket in no time at all. Butler's got 4 points this quarter.
Unselfish offense leads to Butler getting something in rhythm.
To the inside. Quickly finds Reed. And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
And that one falls for Reed.
If they keep hitting free throws at this clip, it'll help them seal the deal.
And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. It's a 13-point game. Pass to Pritchard. Now here's Porzingis. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. Brown, no good.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
Yeah, that's it right now. He's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
Fourth quarter of play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. Here's Pritchard. Now Brown. Hey, Jaylen Brown spikes it through.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
Reed, on easy too on the layup. Reed's got 39.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
This is what you expect from him, just coming alive and dominating in effortless fashion here in the fourth.
Porzingis finds Tatum. Porzingis sets a screen. 6 to shoot to the left wing. Kick out to Brown. Off the mark there with a 3. Toronto leading by 15. It's Reed with a drive.
Man, good whistle there.
That's his 4th personal foul. 14 down. At the line for your Raptors.
First one falls for him. Both shots good from the stripe. Now, we don't pick favorites, Richard, but did you have a favorite road city?
Well, it depends on when you ask me, B.A. I love New York. That's my favorite city. I was born in L.A., but there's nothing like going home to Phoenix, Arizona, where I grew up.
Outside Tatum. Launches a three. Poeltl grabs a miss. Poeltl's got 11 rebounds in the game.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Raptors.
I was really impressed with their attitude today, Grant. Competitive game, they battled through every step of the way.
And B.A., can you say big-time effort and energy? I mean, just a tremendous performance. They were well-deserving of this win.
And this result tonight, it gets them to 44 wins on the year.
It's just a great matchup for them. And they're looking for the 4-game season sweep in their next meeting.
And what a huge performance it was for Jay.
And he was getting buckets all night long, giving the defense that work.
Boston has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. Right side, Porzingis. There's 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Clock at 6. Rejected by Barnes.
Yeah, erasing the shot. Barnes saw it coming and gets there to knock it away.
They've got a commanding lead.
It just seems like everything is going their way.
Reed. The rebound, Celtics. Here's Butler. Oh, and Reed with a block. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. Outside Monk. Pass to Boucher. Puts up a three. Here's Reed. A slam dunk by Reed.
He's a living highlight reel.
Seriously, that could end up being... one of the best dunks of the year. So it's the Raptors winning this one easily. They didn't have too many problems tonight.
They didn't. Just a tremendous team effort. Once they had that big lead, they were not going to let the visitors back into the game.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. So long, everyone.
MP, you are the straw that stirs the drink. Good job, MP. See you. They're a good team, but we got you. So we're going to win. facing one of the heavyweights tonight.